I will definitely welcome the distraction. Can you hear me well? Yeah, I don't think it's muted. Can you hear me? Besides, you're always a distraction. Good, I'm glad you can hear me. Let me get it posted everywhere so I can get people to drop by and say hi. I don't like any of these filters, man. I'm just going to use regular, normal. I like the Los Angeles one. Twitch. This is the most annoying part about doing the whole streaming thing. Is I gotta actually post stuff. All right, last post. YouTube. Let's make sure that worked. It did. It didn't work. Edit post. Egg photo. This thing. All right. Yeah, that's how I feel. If it gets me views, it is what it is. It's kind of silly. I gotta do all this stuff. It takes me a good 10 minutes every day just to go through this nonsense. All right. Of course, I forgot my water. Let me go grab that real quick. I'll be right back. At least I think it is at any rate. I didn't get a chance to break free this weekend, so
As the systems are
I'm a little behind today. My goal is to try to knock this entire thing out. I only got just this portion of this one, so this should take me about the next 2 hours. This should probably take me another hour, and then I'll do the last one. Alright, let's go through and get all the blue stuff marked first. Active Directory, troubleshooting process, common issues. Let's go some of the most common troubleshooting tests that you may encounter. This lesson will introduce a tool that will help you troubleshoot these scenarios. Keep in mind this is only example since we're working. There are lots and lots of ways for things to not work. The greatest tool is to learn about these systems. Thoughtful troubleshooting. Oh, whoops. Research are your friends. One of the most common issues you might encounter when a user isn't able to log into the computer is unable to authenticate Active Directory domain. Authenticate text. System settings. What is with me today, man? I'm not putting the whole stinking marker on it. Software bug. Locked in cells. Exact conditions. Failure occurs. Error message that accompanies the failure. Wrong password several times in a row. Their account may be locked out. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. So since I've printed everything off, this should move a lot faster. That one 12-minute video really showed me how quick it'll move. It took me 2 hours in a 6-minute video, and I still had to write for just a little bit longer after the 2 hours to finish it off. The 12-minute video I'd done in an hour total, and that was me highlighting everything and even taking a second to watch the entire video after I was done. It took 1 hour. I think I'll be able to do it today. I may even be able to start module 5 today. If a domain computer isn't able to locate a domain controller that it can use for authentication, then nothing that relies on Active Directory authentication will work. Simplest solution first. Well, that's going to be difficult because I like to start with the hardest. It's my way of eliminating the hardest task. Because nobody ever wants to save the worst for last. Everybody always wants to save the best for last. So, like, let's use vacuuming, for example. If I vacuum, I'm going to go to the other end of the room to vacuum. I'm not going to start where I get the vacuum at. Because where I get the vacuum at is where you got to put it back at. So my brain says work smarter, not harder. Go as far away as you can. Vacuum all that, and then work your way back and put it back. I like to do it the hard way. It's like my whole thing. Route communications to the domain controller. A networking issue that will prevent a computer from contacting the domain controller or its configured DNS server, which is used to find the domain controller. Could be an issue. Now, why is DNS so important? Domain name system, that's why. I hope so. It's tedious when you have to write everything down. It is, but in all honesty, that's what helps me learn the hardest way. I just don't have time for it right now. I'm the same way. I do more difficult billing first before I get to my easiest when it comes to work. Absolutely. That way it's all downhill. Once you knock the first thing you knock out, it's all downhill from there. Everything's just going to get easier. And so if you're already fatiguing yourself doing all these tasks to begin with, why save the hardest one for last, man? When you've got the least amount of energy. Knock that SOB out right out the rip, and then everything's downhill after that. Literally the rest of your day is downhill. Because everything will become slowly easier than the tasks before it. Contact a domain controller. It needs to find one first. This is done using DNS records. The domain computer will make a DNS request for the server record matching the domain that has been bound to. If the computer cannot contact his DNS servers or those DNS. Essentially, yeah. Essentially what I'm doing right now, this is going to be the long part where I'm like pausing and stuff. This beginning will be the long part where I actually read it and I highlight things that seem like they're valuable. They're viable to this communication. Once I've highlighted it all in blue, then yellow is him normally talking. That's kind of showing up really. Oh, it's grabbing the background. Oh my goodness. So this is yellow. It'll be him normally talking, and then when he goes in a little bit in depth to what he just said, I'll do it in pink. Servers don't have a service record that the computer is looking for. Yeah, then it won't be able to find the domain controller. The SRB record that we're interested in are. Oh boy. So this is one highlight, and I think this is one highlight. I'm gonna have to write that down. I'll put entry up here or something. DNS name of our domain. I'm going to go ahead into my PowerShell. I want to go ahead and type resolve DNS name type service name LDAP TCP DC. Jesus, that's an entry. If I do can resolve the service record for my domain controllers, and the DNS server may be misconfigured. Now, if I can't maybe misconfigured. How might they be misconfigured? Hold up, hold up. I'll figure that out in a minute. Well, my domain computer need to use DNS servers that have lost my Active Directory domain records. This will often be one of my domain controllers, but it can be a different domain server. Either way, the appropriate DNS servers to use domain computers should be known and documented. Known, documented. Compare the configuration of the machine to the known good configuration. Compare configuration, good configuration, and see if it needs to be adjusted. On the flip side, if you're resolving some service records, but they appear to be incomplete or incorrect, then in-depth troubleshooting may be required. One more thing to call out, depending configuration of your domain in your computers, it's common that the local authentication will continue to work for a little while at least. Authenticate that user is copied to the local machine. This means that after the first login, you'll be able to log into the computer, even if the network is disconnected. You won't be authenticated to the domain or authorized to access any domain resources like shared folders. Just because someone is able to log in doesn't mean that they're able to find the domain controller. Another issue that prevents users from authenticating has to do with the clock. Kerberos is an authentication protocol that uses Active Directory, that AD uses, not uses Active Directory, and is sensitive to time differences. I'm not talking about local time zones here, I mean the relative UTC time. Universal, no, not universal, I forget. It's time clock. If the domain controller and computer don't agree on the UCT time, usually within 5 minutes, then the authentication attempt will fail. Domain computers usually synchronize their time with domain controllers. Oops, that went too high. With the Windows Time Service, WTS. But this can sometimes fail if the computer disconnects from the domain network for too long. A local administrator. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, Hex, I was up to 6 viewers today. Only had one person even say anything in my chat of my legs and backs and arms, but I was up to 6 today, man. Domain controller. Automatically resync. You can manually force a domain computer to resync by using the command. Manually force domain computer resync. Alright, I got a lot of commands I'm going to have to write down today. Yeah, I was pretty happy about it. I didn't have anybody chatting, but that's okay. I mean, I understand the majority of the people that are showing up are being dirty anyways. But the ones that aren't chatting, I like to think that they're working out with me. Oh, you missed a hell of a leg day. I did a heavy leg set, and then I immediately, my next trip set, I went from heavy leg extensions to volume leg extensions, and I thought my legs were going to die. As a matter of fact, I got up one time and was walking away. I think it was after my first set of volume, and I about found the ground. my quads tried to give out on me, and I almost found the ground. But that's okay though. I was checking over the footage, and I'm starting to develop my my lines and my quads. So heck yeah, man. I've been wanting big old tree trunks for a long time. All right, I'm gonna have to write some stuff down. I want to keep this readily available. Thank you, Hex. Thank you. I should make mention that I didn't cheat over the weekend, but I did eat something that wasn't within my diet's range, and so I've had to flush since then. Saturday, Tiffany made me steak uh, for like our little mini date, and she cooked it in butter, and I ate every ounce of it, every ounce of it. And she made me potatoes, and I ate all of them. So I'm back to like, well, today I'm 175, but that's just the food weight. It's not the actual weight. I think I probably gained a pound over the weekend.
Administrator or IT support specialist, you might be called on to troubleshoot issues related to Active Directory. Let's go through some of the most common troubleshooting tasks that you may encounter. This lesson will introduce you to tools that will help you troubleshoot these scenarios. Keep in mind, these are only examples. Since we're working with complex systems, there are lots and lots of ways for things to not work. Your greatest tool is to learn about these systems and understand how they function. Thoughtful troubleshooting and research are your friends. One of the most common issues you might encounter is when a user isn't able to log into their computer or isn't able to authenticate to the Active Directory domain. There are many reasons this might happen. They may have typed their password with caps lock button on. They may have locked themselves out of their computer, accidentally changed a system setting, or there could be a software bug. It's important to think about the steps to troubleshoot and remember to ask questions about what happened. Make sure to look at the exact conditions under which the failure occurs, and any error message.
My yellow is already dying on me. I can't keep up with him. It's alright. Maybe if I press really hard. No, I'm still getting a line in it. Can you hear it squealing at me? Let's try this other highlighter. Let this one do its own thing for a minute. Put it right here. Maybe it'll heal. Ow! I just bent my toenail back. Oh yeah, that's much brighter. Alright, let's get back at it.
that accompany the failure. This should be enough information to get you started down the right path to troubleshoot. Let's just talk for a moment about the most common types of failures that can lead to a user account authentication issue. If a user enters a wrong password several times in a row, their account may be locked out. People sometimes just forget their passwords and need the assistance of an administrator to sort things out. If a domain computer isn't able to locate a domain controller that it can use for authentication, then nothing that relies on Active Directory authentication will work. Anytime you troubleshoot an issue, start with the simplest solution first. This could be
That's a purple.
a network connectivity issue and nothing specific to Active Directory at all. If the computer isn't attached to a network that can route communications to the domain controller, then this must be fixed. Any networking issue that would prevent the computer from contacting the domain controller or its configured DNS servers, which is used to find the domain controller, could be an issue. Now, why is DNS so important? In order for the computer to contact a domain controller, it needs to find one first. This is done using DNS records. The domain computer will make a DNS request for the SRV records matching the domain that is.
There's a lot of purple. Is it sad I want to get back to writing? I actually want to get back to writing. I don't actually want to do it this way. I want to get back to writing. I'm so weird.
Has been bound to. If the computer can't contact its DNS servers, or if those DNS servers don't have the SRV records that the computer is looking for, then it won't be able to find the domain controller. The SRV record that we're interested in are underscore LDAP dot underscore TCP dot DC dot underscore MSDCS.
I'm gonna highlight that in purple. No, I'm gonna do that in blue. Forget that. That's important. And then I'm gonna that we're interested in are where domain name is DNS of our domain. And I'm gonna put that as a whole.
Dot.
I'm gonna write that. I need a straight edge. Let's do it right here. LDAP dot line TCP dot DC dot underscore MS DCS dot okay. Self DNS name type server LCDP.
domain.name, where domain name is the DNS name of our domain. So I'm going to go ahead to my PowerShell, and I want to go ahead and type in resolve dash DNS name type srv name LDAP dot underscore tcp dot dc dot underscore msdcs. dot example.com.
Man, that was kind of complicated. It's going to be a little bit harder for me to find stuff, so I'm going to have to be a little more in depth with it. Okay.
Well, that looks good. I should see an SRV record for each of my domain controllers. And I do. Perfect. Now, if I can't resolve the SRV records for my domain controllers, then my DNS servers may be misconfigured. How might they be misconfigured? Well, my domain computers need to use the DNS servers that host my Active Directory domain records. This will often be one or more of my domain controllers, but it can be a different domain server. Either way, the appropriate DNS service to use for your domain computers should be known and documented. Compare the configuration of the machine to the known good configuration and see if it needs to be adjusted. On the flip side, if you're resolving some SRV records but they appear to be incomplete or incorrect, then in-depth troubleshooting may be required. One more thing to call out. Depending on the configuration of your domain and your computers, it's common that local authentication will continue to work, for a little while at least. Once someone logs into a domain computer, information required to authenticate that user is copied to the local machine. This means that after the first login, you'll be able to log in to the computer even if the network is disconnected. You won't be authenticated to the domain or authorized to access any domain resources like shared folders. Just because someone is able to log in doesn't mean that they're able to find a domain controller. Another issue that can prevent users from authenticating has to do with the clock. Kerberos is the authentication protocol that AD uses, and it's sensitive to time differences. I'm not talking about local time zones here. I mean the relative UTC time. If the domain controller and computer don't agree on the UTC time, usually within 5 minutes, then the authentication attempt will fail. Domain computers usually synchronize their time with domain controllers with the Windows time service, but this can sometimes fail. If the computer is disconnected from a domain network for too long, or if the time is changed by software or a local administrator to be too
All right. Yeah, I do miss writing. It allows me to learn a little bit better, dude, if I'm being honest. I don't really learn very well like this. I'm a hands-on kind of person. It's both a curse and a blessing. If I can touch it, I can fix it and mess with it. But if I can't touch it, I'm kind of stupid. So let's backtrack this and watch this whole video.
As a systems administrator or IT support specialist, you might be called on to troubleshoot issues related to Active Directory. Let's go through some of the most common troubleshooting tasks that you may encounter. This lesson will introduce you to tools that will help you troubleshoot these scenarios. Keep in mind, these are only examples. Since we're working with complex systems, there are lots and lots of ways for things to not work. Your greatest tool is to learn about these systems and understand how they function. Thoughtful troubleshooting and research are your friends. One of the most common issues you might encounter is when a user isn't able to log into their computer or isn't able to authenticate to the Active Directory domain. There are many reasons this might happen. They may have typed their password with the cap locks button on. They may have locked themselves out of their computer, accidentally changed a system setting, or there could be a software bug. It's important to think about the steps to troubleshoot and remember to ask questions about what happened. Make sure to look at the exact conditions under which the failure occurs and any error message that accompany the failure. This should be enough information to get you started down the right path to troubleshoot. Let's just talk for a moment about the most common types of failures that can lead to a user account authentication issue. If a user enters the wrong password several times in a row, their account may be locked out. People sometimes just forget their passwords and need the assistance of an administrator to sort things out. If a domain computer isn't able to locate a domain controller that
What's
it
up,
can use
Peter?
for
Glad to see you
authentication,
made it, man.
then nothing that relies on Active Directory authentication will work. Anytime you troubleshoot an issue, start with the simplest solution first. This could be a network connectivity issue and nothing specific to Active Directory at all. If the computer isn't attached to a network that can route communications to the domain controller, then this must be fixed. Any networking issue that would prevent the computer from contacting the domain controller or its configured DNS servers, which is used to find the domain controller, could be an issue. Now, why is DNS so important? In order for the computer to contact a domain controller, it needs to find one first. This is done using DNS records. The domain computer will make a DNS request for the SRV records matching the domain that it's been bound to. If the computer can't contact its DNS servers, or if those DNS servers don't have the SRV records that the computer is looking for, then it won't be able to find the domain controller. The SRV record that we're interested in
I knew it. I knew it was going to be something like that. Did I highlight all of it? Okay, cool, I did. That's the one I had to spend so much time writing.
are underscore LDAP dot underscore TCP dot DC dot underscore MSDCS dot domain dot name, where domain name is the DNS name of our domain. So I'm going to go ahead to my PowerShell. Now I'm going to go ahead and type in resolve dash DNS name type SRV name LDAP dot underscore TCP dot DC dot underscore MSDCS dot example.com.
What the heck? Oh, that's when I was trying to do the forest. I am doing well. I'm sorry. I tried saying hi to you. I apologize if you couldn't hear me. How's it going, Peter? Glad to see you. You've made it in here. I can't remember if you were with us last time, but I've changed the way I do things. I don't write anymore. I highlight, and we're moving much faster. I'm gonna try out this command real quick. That's not how I spell that. Dash type srv dash name, and this is where this starts happening. LDAP dot TCP dot DC dot underscore MSDCS dot underscore. Was that a cap? No. Dot X. Okay, it tried. That was typed right. Okay. To be honest, panic started setting in yesterday, or not yesterday, last week. Whenever my goal was to get through all this, my goal was to do a module a week. And by the time last week was over, I was significantly further behind than I thought. This is where I left off the end of last week. If I hadn't have done it this way, where's the 6-minute video? So I was here. That video took me 2 hours of writing. I have to write a whole lot. A 6-minute video took me 2 hours. So I've got a lot more I got to do. So I printed them off. I made it to this one, this 12-minute video, including highlighting everything, and then at the very end of going through the video, I rewound it and actually watched the video. It took me a total of an hour. So I can speed things up dramatically by just doing this for right now, but I've already started complaining to Hex. I miss writing. That's how I learn. But I've got to get this stuff knocked out. Granted, I'm making good money doing yard sales and stuff for the moment, but I don't have enough money to support myself, so I have to get to work. And in order to get to work, I have to finish this. So the pressure's got on me to hurry up and finish it.
Well, that looks good. I should see an SRV record for each of my domain controllers. And I do. Perfect. Now, if I can't resolve the SRV records for my domain controllers, then my DNS servers may be misconfigured. How might they be misconfigured? Well, my domain computers need to use the DNS servers that host my Active Directory domain records. This will often be one or more of my domain controllers, but it can be a different domain server. Either way, the appropriate DNS service to use for your domain computers should be known and documented. Compare the configuration of the machine to the known good configuration and see if it needs to be adjusted. On the flip side, if you're resolving some SRV records but they appear to be incomplete or incorrect, then in-depth troubleshooting may be required. One more thing to call out. Depending on the configuration of your domain and your computers, it's common that local authentication will continue to work, for a little while at least. Once someone logs into a domain computer, information required to authenticate that user is copied to the local machine. This means that after the first login, you'll be able to log in to the computer even if the network is disconnected. You won't be authenticated to the domain or authorized to access any domain resources like shared folders. Just because someone is able to log in doesn't mean that they're able to find a domain controller. Another issue that can prevent users from authenticating has to do with the clock. Kerberos is the authentication protocol that AD uses, and it's sensitive to time differences. I'm not talking about local time zones here. I mean the relative UTC time. If the domain controller and computer don't agree on the UTC time, usually within 5 minutes, then the authentication attempt will fail. Domain computers usually synchronize their time with domain controllers with the Windows Time service, but this can sometimes fail. If the computer is disconnected from a domain network for too long, or if the time is changed by software or a local administrator to be too far out of sync, then the computer may not automatically resync with a domain controller.
Okay.
You can manually force a domain computer to resync by using the W32TM/RSync.
Oh, that's not there. That's exactly how it's put. Okay. I'm gonna write that down just like that. All right, that video's over.
Sync command.
Group policy troubleshooting common issues. Is that not what I just done?
Now,
Group policy troubleshooting common issues. Is that not what I just done? What? I've been writing these down wrong. Inheritance. Oh, it's not common issues, it's just troubleshooting. I put common issues in it. My bad. Oh, I got something funny to tell you guys. So I've been watching this anime that hit Netflix a couple weeks ago or whatever it was. It's pretty fresh on there. It's called World Triggers. I've been getting kind of into it since about episode 8 or so. It's kind of good. It's all right. Um, and I was trying to finish the first season last night. And your average first season for most animes is like anywhere between 16 to 18 to like 24 episodes. It could be as low as 12, depends on if it's a one-hit wonder or if they think it will. But your average is like in the 20s. So I'm like episode 23, 24, and I'm just trying to finish season one before I go to bed, man. And I just keep watching an episode, keep watching an episode. I'm like, surely it's gonna end. They're about to battle Big Bad. They send the ship on its way. Now they're doing cleanup. It's to the end of the season. The arc is over. For me to realize it's not done. I was on episode like 27 before I finally backed out. I was like, how many episodes does this first season have? It's in the 70s. The first season is 70 something episodes long and then it jumps to 12 episodes. The first freaking season is 70. I wouldn't. Yeah, bro. Watching anime could be a grind. World Triggers. It's kind of 3D CG kind of anime. It's more on the kiddie side of stuff, but it's pretty good. Yeah, it's 70 something episodes for the first freaking season. I think it was like 72 or 73 or something. I was just trying to finish the season, man. I was going to go to bed. And I finally broke free. I was like, how many episodes this stupid thing got? And I seen that 7. And I said, what the fuck, man? I'm done. I got plenty of time. As soon as I seen that, the first thing I thought was One Piece. But then it jumped from 70 to 12. The next 2 seasons are 12 episodes. All right, guys, it's 2 o'clock. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. It was basically 6 a.m. Well, for me, I try to be in bed by like 6 or 7. It was 11:30 before I finally gave up, and I checked, and I was like, "What the heck, man?" It was 11:30, so that's like 6 a.m. for me. I'm getting up just a few hours. Needless to say, I didn't get up in a few hours. It took me until 8 this morning. I actually laid in bed until almost 9, just laying there like, man, I gotta pee. But this feels good to just lay here. Hey! Yes, ma'am. My hair matches it now with its silverness. Oh, I am an old man. But this old man will still outlive most of them youngins. Oh, I grabbed 2. Whoops. I grabbed 3. I grabbed way more than I needed. Alright, let's go through and get my blue done. Group policy common issues. Alright, now let's talk a bit about troubleshooting policy issues. Excuse me. Global policy object. Define policy? Failure. Like a person in your organization tells you that something on their computer is missing or not working. They're using GPO to manage configuration on your machines, and maybe there's a piece of software that should be present. Or maybe a mapped network drive that's missing, or a number of things. A common factor will be that something that created a GPO to configure won't be configured. The first and possibly most common type of GPO failure has to do with the way The way group policies are applied, depending on how your domain is configured. The group policy engine that applies to the policy settings to the local machine may sacrifice the immediate application. Sacrifice immediate application of some types of policies in order to make log on faster. Wow. This is called fast log on optimization. This can mean, okay, this can mean that some GPO changes take much longer to be automatically applied than what you might expect. Also, the group policy engine usually tries to make GPO applications faster by only applying changes to the GPO, whole GPO. Force all GPOs to be applied completely and immediately with GP update force. Slash sync parameter will make you log off and reboot the log off and reboot the computer. So in order to sync, it can't be running. You can't be. Oh yeah, you can't be logged on to sync with your profile. Yeah, some types of group policies can only be run when the computer is first booted. There's something that happens right away when it first boots. We went over it not last module, but the module before. It's one of the start systems. Heck, I can't remember. But you need authoritative access to be able to restart it because it does it first. When you first boot your computer, before anything else fires up. Oh, it's the time system. It's the time system. We just went over that. NTC network time clock. Yeah, a log off and reboot is the only way to make sure that forced update GPO has a chance to apply all of the settings. Replication failure is another reason that GPO might fail. Remember that when changes are made to Active Directory, those changes usually take place in a single domain controller. Yep, and then replicated. These changes then have to be replicated out to the other domain controllers. If replication fails, then different computers on your network can have different ideas about the state of directory objects, like group policy objects. The log on server environment variable will contain the name of the domain controllers that the computer used to log on. Remember, the contents of the variable with this command in PowerShell, which is $environment. I'm going to need to write when it comes time for that. Stop it. I didn't think I hit my shoulders today, but they're awful fatigued. I don't think I did anything with my shoulders this weekend. don't see any domain controllers in the domain controllers with replication and progress list, then we may have a replication issue. That makes sense. If there's nothing there to replicate, then there may be an issue. There's a lot of writing about halfway through this. And there's a definition. Let me go to show you. Forward R report is being created, and I get this report. If I want the full report, like I go to my GPCM and I run result forward H line file name HK. This part takes a while, but I'm almost done because I'm essentially having to read it so I can see what's blue and what's not, because I can't juggle 3 pens in my mouth. I shouldn't even try to juggle 2. I'm going to end up marking myself. Alright, we're done with blue. I got a lot of writing I'm going to have to do soon. There's a lot of codes, commands in here. I counted 4. Let's get at it.
Let's talk a bit about troubleshooting group policy issues. A common issue that you might have to troubleshoot
Right out the rip, I needed to go blue. Common issue that you might have to troubleshoot when a preference fails to apply to a computer.
is when a GPO-defined policy or a preference fails to apply to a computer. You might learn about this failure in a number of ways, like a person in your organization telling you that something on their computer is missing or not working. If you're using GPO to manage configuration on your machines, then maybe there will be a piece of software that should be present. Or there may be a map network drive that's missing, or a number of things. The common factor will be that something that you created a GPO to configure won't be configured on one or more computers. Let's look at the 3 most common reasons that this might happen. The first, and possibly most common type of GPO failure, has to do with the way group policies are applied. Depending on how your domain is configured, the group policy engine that applies policy settings to the local machine may sacrifice the immediate application of some types of policies in order to make logon faster. This is called fast logon optimization, and it can mean that some GPO changes take much longer to be automatically applied than you might expect.
Oh man, what the hell is going on with me today? I'm dropping everything.
Also, the group policy engine usually tries to make GPO application faster by only applying changes to a GPO instead of the whole GPO. In either of these examples, you can force all GPOs to be applied completely and immediately with GP update/force. If you want to be really thorough, you can run GP update/force/sync. Adding the /sync parameter will make you log off and reboot the computer. Some types of group policy can only run when the computer is first booted, or when a user first logs on. So a log off and reboot is the only way to make sure that a forced update to GPO has a chance to apply all of the settings. Replication failure is another reason that a GPO might fail to apply as expected. Remember that when changes are made to Active Directory, those changes usually take place on a single domain controller. Those changes then have to be replicated out to other domain controllers. If replication fails, then different computers on your network can have different ideas about the state of directory objects, like group policy objects. The logon server environment variable will contain the name of the domain controller that the computer used to log on.
There's the first one. I wonder if I missed another one of those. Have I missed one of those slash sync parameter? I did. Well, that's awesome. I love it when I do that. Sync parameter.
Force slash sync.
Okay, it did right. Okay, let's go down here.
Which is $environment log.
What up, Stiggy? Glad to see you made it, brother. I'll forget the same. What are you scared for?
On server, and it shows me DC1. And you can also get the same results using command prompt, which uses percentage logon server
I did. I don't know if I should congratulate you or say best of luck. A pretty huge update is both a blessing and a curse for you, because huge could implement big problems, but it could also mean big success. And it goes live in 5 hours, 30 minutes. If it's not working, you gotta wake up 2 hours. You gotta wake up. Got about 2 hours to wake up, middle of the night, and roll back. Shoo. Well, fingers crossed it works. Also, GZ on the huge update. Uh, I know that had to have been taking you some time. Dang, bro.
percentage. Knowing which domain controller you're connected to is useful information to have if you suspect a replication issue. From the Group Policy Management console, we can check on the overall health of the group policy infrastructure. I'm going to select my domain and take a look at the status tab. This tab will summarize the Active Directory and sysvol replication status for the domain. It may be showing result from a recent test, so I'm going to force it to run a new analysis by clicking on Detect Now. What we
Shoot.
want to see is that all of our
What'd I miss?
from a recent test, so I'm going to force it to run a new analysis by clicking on Detect Now.
Oh, okay.
What we want to see is that all of our domain controllers are listed under domain controllers with replication in sync. If they are, then we can be sure that there are no replication issues that will affect our group policy objects. If we do see any domain controllers in the domain controller with replication in progress list, then we may have a replication issue. Depending on the size and complexity of your Active Directory infrastructure and the reliability and throughput of the network links between your AD sites, it's possible for a replication to take a few minutes to complete. If replication doesn't complete in a reasonable amount of time, you may need to troubleshoot Active Directory replication. If you're trying to work out why a particular GPO isn't applying to a computer, the first thing to do is to run the resultant set of policy, or RSUB. You can use the Group Policy Management console, or you can run a command on a computer directly to generate the report. The GP result command will help us out there. If I run gp result /r, you can see that I get a summary report in my terminal. Let me go ahead and show you that.
Stop it.
gp result /r.
Okay.
Report's being created, and I get this report. If I want the full report, like I get from my GPMC, I can run gp result /. H file name.html. I want to do gp result /h and then test.html. This will give me a report.
Oh crap. Sorry, Ziggy. Around 8 days of implementation and architecture work, our replication takes almost 20 minutes. Jeez, bro, how big is your system? GP result /h test HTML. H, not H. Can't believe I just said H. I've been listening to this guy too long.
That's an HTML web page that I can open in my browser. So let me go and get that. Okay, so with this report in hand, I want to look for some things. Is the GPO that I want to apply listed? Was it linked to an OU that contains the computer that I'm troubleshooting? Is the GPO that I care about listed under applied GPOs or under denied GPOs? If it was denied, what was the denied reason? Did another GPO win for the policy or preference that I'm trying to configure? Each GPO can be configured with an ACL called a security filter. Is the security filter set to something besides authenticated users? If so, then that may mean that you have to be in a specific group in order to read or apply the GPO. Each GPO can
I've also figured out a faster way to do this, Stiggy. I've started printing them off and I'm highlighting them. This is what I'm doing right now. I'll go through and get all the blue. This is what it looks like when I'm done. Trying to speed this up. I want to be at work by my birthday. I would actually like to spend my birthday at work. Thank you, Hex. Alright, where did this stuff off at? Configuration with the filter.
also be configured with the WMI filter. A WMI filter lets you apply a GPO based on the configuration of the computer. WMI filters are powerful but expensive and easy to misconfigure. This is because they look at Windows Management instrumentation values to decide if a policy should apply or not. For example, you could create a GPO that installs a piece of software, but only if a WMI reports that a specific piece of hardware is present. These filters are expensive because they require the group policy engine to perform some sort of query or calculation on every computer that's linked to the policy, but then only apply the GPO to computers that match the filter. Many policies and preferences can be configured to apply to the computer or to users as they log on. Did you mean to configure a computer setting but accidentally configure a user setting, or the reverse? Okay, we've really covered a lot out here. If you aren't clear on any of the concepts we've covered, that's okay. Just make sure to rewatch the lessons. Remember though, that the more you work with Active Directory and the group policy, the more familiar you'll become with them. If you use what you've learned about these systems combined with your research skills, you can troubleshoot just about anything.
Well, I appreciate the boost in confidence, my friend. I think we lost Stiggy. He may be busy trying to get everything. Uh-oh, what happened? My next paper is going to be short, but guys, I is getting hungry. That steak dinner just messed with my metabolic rate. Now I'm hungry again like day one. Shouldn't have ate that much food. It was a lot, bro. It was a whole plate, and there's steak that covered one whole side of it, and then potatoes covered the other side, and I smashed it. I felt so bad doing it. I was like, bro, 14 days. I can't even last 21, 14. But it's kind of healthy. I didn't like throw junk or nothing on it. It was just a lot of food, a lot of steak and potatoes. Oh, sorry. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Yeah, red meat and potatoes. I like my cow to basically still be mooing while I'm eating on it. You gotta eat that stuff fresh, man. Just like a good. I'm gonna stop there. I am gonna go get my food ready. I will be right back. Welcome back, leftovers. I realized about the time I started screaming while I was singing that you guys could still hear me. Ah, all right, let's get some of this food skis. Poor Tiffany has to deal with this all the time. We'll be in the car and I just randomly go, "Holy shit!" or I just pop off with some song just top of my lungs. Yeah, ready, bye. She's almost killed us a bunch of times. But do you blame her, man? When you got somebody like me riding shotgun, driving is like a gladiatorial gladiatorial event, gladiator event. You're trying to survive by riding in a car with me. Who knows what's gonna happen? Or going into Walmart. Oh man, we was in Publix Saturday getting all the stuff that she needed to cook me that steak dinner, and I'm already bored, bro. We've been shopping since like 9 o'clock. I got up to do a yard sale. It was raining, so we immediately decided I'm gonna restock. I can't have my yard sale, so let's take this time. I'm gonna go restock. And it's like 4 in the afternoon by the time we finally make it to Publix. So I'm like done. We've been going at this since 9 a.m. I've been going in and out of stores. I'm done sitting. I'm ready to go home. And I just periodically sing and walking up and down the aisles. And the first dude that catches me singing, I look at him and I start smiling. It's this huge man, dude. He's like 6'2", bulk. He's got easily twice as much muscle as I do. And I lock eyes with him. And I go, oh crap! I just kind of look down and start laughing. He starts laughing, walks up, fist bump me. Tiffany's over there in the corner, just oh my god, what is happening? And then I exit out of that aisle and I start singing the same song again with that big shit-eating grin on my face, just acting like an idiot. And this woman does a double take and it causes Tiffany to go, yeah, he's mine. This idiot's mine. I was embarrassing her so bad she just got it out like, yeah, I'm dating him. Yeah, it's me. The dude though was my favorite part. Man, he just started laughing, walked up to me, fist bumped me. He's like, man, the man's got to do what he's got to do. Another woman told me to keep singing. I love embarrassing people, bro. It's my favorite pastime. Just little playful embarrassing like that, embarrassments. It just shows I care. I'm just trying to play with you. Play back, embarrass me back. It's free game. It's not limited to just me. Start scream singing. That's how I do it. Lies of P. My Discord's showing lit up. How do I get to the new message? Oh yeah, no, that music was pretty good. I liked it. Hey, look, at least you got a goal in mind, you know? You're not just floating through life. You have a plan. To be a nuisance. It's still a plan. Am I going to need that? I'm going to need that. Processing and precedence. Dang it, man. gonna need that. What's SBS? Server-based system? Isn't it the same thing as a Windows server? Oh, server-based system. This is okay. It supports Vista. Vista is still a thing. I mean, I don't see Windows 98 in there. Why are you guys still supporting Vista? Windows System 32 time management. What's a time epoch? (1601). Stopped. Well, that was neat to know. So soft is only provided with cat compatibility with other options. Into the user types, Control C is pressed. Did anybody catch that on examples or samples count? Right here. Samples will be collected until the user types Control C is pressed. Little grammatical error. I still understand the end result, but still. This is from Microsoft. This is for Microsoft. It's time to eat my egg. I've got a connection conveniently enough. It's yeah, in PowerShell, I think Control X, Control C, Control B, all of those are different things when you get into an application. So like Control X will save and exit. So you'll press Control X together, and then it'll take you to the save and exit portion. You'll hit Y and enter, and it'll save it and exit you out of the application. That's what it's talking about. It's telling us to press Control C to stop it. I'm assuming C is the stop option for that application. That's running in PowerShell, the command line, whichever one they got it in.
probably PowerShell. Control stuff is PowerShell. But yeah, that's how you operate stuff while you're in it. Yeah, you see me do it occasionally on some of the commands I have to change the values of. Anytime you see nano, nano anything gets me into the information about it, and it's followed up with some other stuff. But nano is normally the way dot config. Whatever I'm trying to get to, it's like something nano pathway dot config, and it gets me into the configuration file. From there, I'll have to use like Control X and Control C and control all those other ones to do what I need to do after I've altered the configuration file. Hey, maybe I am learning. I wish Stiggy was here to confirm if that was accurate, if I missed any steps. Yeah, he's gone. Dang it. We got a damage orb, Spoofo. Sounds like a bot. Alright, to all my bots in here. You have until this stream is over to at least say hi, or I will ban you come tomorrow. All you gotta do is type in it. Just say hi. Join the party, or you will be banned tomorrow. There are 3 of you in here right now. I'm looking at a Scorpy, Scorpy L2, Damage Orb, and Spoofa. I will ban you tomorrow. I don't like having these people in here that don't say nothing. Give me just a second, Hex. I gotta check some stuff. You're really the only one that's even in here. What is that? Snapchat? I don't think I want Snapchat. Should I get Snapchat? I don't think I want it. I don't really want Snapchat, man. I mean, that's essentially just for people to send messages to each other so their wife doesn't know that they're sending their penis to another woman, or vice versa. So a woman can send her tits to another man without her husband knowing. I'm trying to stay clear of all that stuff. Alright, yeah. No, I'm good. Alright, I'm gonna put my meal up. I don't feel like I got a pee, so I'm probably just gonna put my meal up. I'll be right back. I forgot to get a toothpick. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Let's clean these teeth and get back at this. I think that's the only reason why I even have my teeth to this day, because I was like really hard off on meth for a long time, like hard. I think the fact that I obsess about being keeping a clean mouth and not smelling bad is the reason why I even have teeth, because I was on meth hard for a decade. I shouldn't say hard for a decade. I was on it for a decade. I went real hard for about 4 years, 4 or 5. Well, yeah. Hey, I figured out why unanimously all around the world, everybody that does meth that stays up for a long duration has experienced the same shadow creatures. It's because they're real. Simple as that. They're real. They're bringing us. So fasting allows you to tap into the spiritual world. It's how you communicate with God. It's even in the Bible, though it's been taken out of a lot of spots. You can find it in the King James talking about how to eliminate demons of that nature is eliminated by prayer and fasting alone. That's the only way you can get rid of that demon. Fasting is a spiritual journey. So whenever you do meth for a long period of time, you're technically fasting. So why would it not show you the devils that are around you while you're doing that drug if you're already on that journey? I think we might have covered this already, but I'm on a super big spiritual kick right now. I'm trying to get right inside. Not per se with like me, but to just get right how I'm supposed to be. Walking a spiritually good moral path. Yeah, it just came to me one day, man. Technically, when you're doing meth, you're just fasting. Because the moment you ingest meth and you still have more meth to supply you, you don't need food. You won't need food. I used to go weeks at a time without eating. I never needed it. Well, you're supposed to take it in still, but for the most part, meth heads don't eat. But yeah, it just clicked one day. Every time I went on that week and a half or 2 week long bender on meth, I was technically doing a week and a half or a 2 week long fast. So no wonder I see in shadow creatures. It all starts to make sense, and they're trying to mark hallucinations like the shadow people up as craziness. Why are they trying to market as craziness when all around the world everybody experiences it? Even I thought they were fake until I viewed them. I thought shadow people were just people being crazy, just too spun out. No, bro, they're real. They are 100% real. And if you try to look at them, you can't. You can't see them. You just got to keep them in your peripherals. When you try to look at them, they're gone. It's not like they're actually gone. You just can't see them anymore. That's the kicker. Once you're so there's a experiment. I'm gonna take a little break for just a second, and I'm gonna talk about this. There was an experiment called the split experiment, or the slit. Um, it can be searched both ways, but if you so the whole concept is the whenever you're shooting through a split, there's a 50% chance shooting through two splits. There's a 50% chance that half the bullets will go to the right, half the bullets will go to the left, leaving two straight lines. But if you involve photons, like light, you involve light and start tracing the photons, those two slits turn into multiples the moment you don't look at it, which is kind of strange because while you're looking at it, it's operating exactly how it should be. But the moment you look away from it, it starts developing a whole new line, a whole set of new lines. It's called the slit experiment, and a molecule is affected by your observation. I thought it was pretty neat. Slit or split? Slit. experiment. Yep, slit. Slit experiment turns into 5 different ones. Slit experiment when not looking at it. Yeah, one of these will work. Check it. A notable example of the observer effect. It's the thing I was telling you about. When you look at it, the molecules do different. The notable example of the observer effect occurs in quantum mechanics as demonstrated by the double slit experiment. Physicists have found that observation of quantum phenomena by a detector or an instrument can change the measured results of the experiment. When you're looking at the physical part of it, though, while you're looking at the slit experiment, you're seeing it create the 3 lines through the 2 slits, but the because you get red, blue, and green. But the moment you stop looking at it, it develops 3 new lines. It's pretty wild. I thought it was. So by looking at it under quantum mechanics, by observing something, you're changing the. Anytime you've ever said I can't do it because you're looking at me, you were telling the truth. Just on a quantum level, you just didn't know it. I seen Dahmer and I was like, what in the hell? Are we gonna be eating stuff? I haven't quite figured out what debug does. Network transfer protocol solution that meets time-sensitive application needs. Okay, well that was neat. Do I need to check this one out? Hold up. Let's grab them all. Let's just grab them all. Well, that's short, sweet, and to the point. Why did it grab that? Whatever. Yeah, it didn't get all that, but whatever. So let's grab that. Great. I'm gonna have to try to think of it as moving backwards. So it looks like it's moving forward, but the last one should have been first. So like local, right? Then what you can get locally, sites, and then what you need to get away from locally. So shouldn't organizations units be first because you need that in the Active Directory first to have a local group policy attached to it. So it's, man, that's gonna trip me up. Why does it do it that way? Why don't you check? Maybe it does it that way because the organizational units don't really need to be checked. Processing don't need to be processed. What? Mapping universal name convention provider. Naming convention. Universal naming convention is all one word. Multiple universal naming convention provider. Okay. Okay. I feel like I already have this one, but let's grab it anyways. It'll tell me if I've already got it. I don't. I didn't have it. The topics in this section provide solutions and scenario guides to help you troubleshoot and self-solve Active Directory related issues. The topics are divided into subcategories. Browse the content or use the search feature to find relative content. Oh my god, it's all these. No! I don't want to do that. Look at this, bro. And it comes with a bunch of other stuff. Alright, so this was the last one I copied, right? So maybe if I do it this way, because it'll include. Nope, did not include links. Well, shoo wee, Papa. Says one contributor. Dude, does it at least have the website? Windows Server, Microsoft Learn, Windows Server, Active Directory Overview. Can I go from all the way up here? No, I didn't think so. Dang, man. That's just a big pain in the butt. Oh. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not going through each one of those individually. That's not happening. I've got the original. If I need to go back, I have it to refer to. I'm not trying to be slowed down. I just have 2 more hours to be done with this stupid test. I may have to go till 6 today. Who cares? I'm finishing the graded assignment today. Okay. Okay. Let's try it. I'm looking for run, right? Oh, that's a system setting. I can view the policies right here. I don't think I want to go through that mess right now. But it's nice to know it's available. Okay. frack? This is all on hot fixes? Okay. Neat. Oh, I'm on a time crunch. I'm not reading that. Let's hope it wasn't important to the outcome of what I'm doing right now. This one's not so long. Let's get it. Okay. I don't think I understand any of that. I don't know what a PDC is. Public domain creator emulator? Public domain center. Domain center. Public domain center? What's an NC? Wait a minute. This is LDAP. NC is normal. No. CN is common name. This does look like it's LDAP though. But it's not backwards. Maybe this is part of the command. Is this all part of Active Directory? Yeah, Active Directory. Absolutely is. Okay. All right. I got another reading I gotta do. What? Yeah, bro. Lovely. Luckily, my next paper's just 1 page long. Looks like I've got 3 more videos to go over. One's 2 pages long and 2 are 1 page long, so I'll be able to knock them out pretty quick. We'll be taking our test by 5, I'm sure. As long as I don't break too many times like I'm about to do to go pee. Oh. pop a dip in so I can keep going.
I don't have a single dip container in here. This should be the end of my reading once I'm done with it, right? I got one more reading before the practice test. Then we're going to open LDAP. We're almost done, guys. Almost done. I can't stress this enough how much faster this is. I've started looking for a printer. I can probably find one for free. I just have to keep an eye on Marketplace. But I'll look for one for free. I can repair stuff that people think is broken. Make it work again like it's brand new. I don't throw away old things. I can do it. Yes, ma'am, sure can, just like I did your mom. Ooh, I'm sorry. She taught me how to play with my fingers so well. Because she's a piano teacher. I used to have to tell people. I didn't actually. The people that I used to work with. Let me rephrase that. I'd only have to tell them when they became my helper. The people I used to work with back at CrossFit and Cooling used to tell people constantly, "Hey man, I hope you don't mind your mama jokes, 'cause he knows your mama pretty well." I wouldn't have a clue who their mom is, but the words I said, man, I was visiting her every night. She was my special plaything, and I was hers. Some people don't like that. Oh, I never watched that video, dude. Did I? Yeah, I watched the video. Do I need to print that off? I just grabbed this. What was scenario one? Group policy settings are not being applied. What do you mean they're trying to escape? Did it grab all of it? Wow. Oh yeah, that's big. That's what she said.
That sounds like cats. They just want to go outside. All right, let's go through with my blue guy. Oops. How was I remote wipe? I just seen that. Where was that at? Glad I caught that definition.
Now let's talk about configuring policies for your mobile devices using Mobile Device Management, or MDM. The mobile operating system takes MDM profiles or policies that contain settings for the device. You can use MDM profiles to do a whole bunch of things. You can pre-configure device settings to make things easier for your end users, like automatically installing apps and pre-configuring wireless networks. You can also enforce security settings like turning on encryption of the device's storage and requiring a lock screen. MDM solutions will also let you remote wipe a mobile device. A remote wipe is a factory reset that you can trigger from your central MDM rather than having to do it in person on the device. If a device is stolen, you can use the remote wipe capability to ensure that no personal or proprietary data is stolen. Just like with Active Directory group policy, there's a huge number of settings and policies that you can apply using MDM. The MDM policy settings are specific to each mobile OS, but those policies can be created and distributed using an Enterprise Mobility Management, or EMM, system. To enroll a device in Mobile Device Management, you'll sign into the EMM system. That system will then push MDM policies down to the device. A large number of EMM systems can manage MDM policies for Android, iOS, or both.
That was easy. Now let's watch that.
Now let's talk about configuring policies for your mobile devices using Mobile Device Management, or MDM. The mobile operating system takes MDM profiles or policies that contain settings for the device. You can use MDM profiles to do a whole bunch of things. You can pre-configure device settings to make things easier for your end users, like automatically installing apps and pre-configuring wireless networks. You can also enforce security settings like turning on encryption of the device's storage and requiring a lock screen. MDM solutions will also let you remote wipe a mobile device. A remote wipe is a factory reset that you can trigger from your central MDM rather than having to do it in person on the device. If a device is stolen, you can use the remote wipe capability to ensure that no personal or proprietary data is stolen. Just like with Active Directory group policy, there's a huge number of settings and policies that you can apply using MDM. The MDM policy settings are specific to each mobile OS, but those policies can be created and distributed using an Enterprise Mobility Management or EMM system. To enroll a device in mobile device management, you'll sign into the EMM system. That system will then push MDM policies down to the device. A large number of EMM systems can manage MDM policies for Android, iOS, or both.
Let's go. I love how Apple's always just such piece of crap. At least this one tells me. Apple's like, let's get started. What do you want to talk about? What I clicked into. I'm the complete opposite. I like my Android stuff. I can't stand Apple. Especially after I figured out that Android is using Linux. Nope, sure don't. Two. Practice twist, Active Directory. What is the difference between a policy and a preference? A policy is enforced by Active Directory, while a preference can be modified by a local user. Shoo. Yeah, so it was number one. It was number one, and what else did I miss? So it was the report. Well, let's try it again. So that was my first selection. I can't believe I questioned it. I was tossed up on that one too, man. Because I remember GP, Global Policy Update, did stuff, but I can't remember what it did. And then the RSOP report is that thing that I was just testing. Both give you policies, right? Oh, that one lets you. The GP update, I think, lets you see how many are there, right? We didn't go over that last, but second to last. Is result. Where was update? Is update over here? I just seen update. Was it the one before? Might have been the one before. That was not 2 pages. I thought I went over update. I guess I didn't. Here it is. I just didn't write it down. Let's put that there. GP update / force. That'll cause you to log. Okay. So in the same one, I should have seen the RSOP. Maybe I didn't go over RSOP in this one. Okay. That's okay. I'll be glad to get back to writing, guys. I was just better at that system than I am this one. I had more practice. I'll be glad to make it back to it. It's already time to drink again, man. I don't want to do this. Okay. Next item. Video. Did I write that one down? I did not. What was that one called? Mobile Device Management, MDM. Oops. What is Open LDAP? What is Open LDAP? This last one is managing Open LDAP. Man, last one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out a system that works for me, but so far this one's working pretty good, so I'm gonna keep rolling with it. I mean, heck, I'm about to slam through all of this in just a couple hours time. We've been going 2.5 hours. I already knocked out the practice test. All right, let's go through this. In the last session, you dove headfirst in the popular directory service, Active Directory. You learned how to add user passwords, groups, and even modify access levels for groups. Add user password, groups, and even modify access level for groups using group policies. Another popular directory service that's used today at the free open source service OpenLDAP, which stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, operates very similar to Active Directory. We've already You can authenticate, add, remove groups, computers. Oh, OpenLDAP can also be used on any operating system, including Linux, Microsoft, however, since Active Directory.
This just looked like a long one. It's just a couple lines on the top of this. Okay. There's a couple commands in here, so I'll have to write them down. Have my trusty pen ready.
In the last lesson, you dove headfirst into the popular directory service Active Directory. You learned how to add users, password, groups, and even modify access level for groups using group policies. Another popular directory service that's used today is the free and open source service OpenLDAP, which stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, operates very similar to Active Directory. Using LDAP notation or LDAP data interchange format or LDIF, you can authenticate, add, remove users, groups, computers, and so on in a directory service. OpenLDAP can also be used on any operating system, including Linux, Mac OS, even Microsoft Windows. However, since Active Directory is Microsoft's proprietary software for directory services, we recommend that you use that on Windows instead of OpenLDAP. But it's helpful to know that OpenLDAP is open source, so it can be used on a variety of platforms. There are a few ways you can interact with an OpenLDAP directory. First, you can use the command line interface and pass in commands to create and manage directory entries. You can also use a tool like PHP LDAP admin, which offers you a web interface that you can use to manage your directory data, much like the Windows Active Directory GUI that you're familiar with. In this lesson, we'll give you a high-level overview of the operations you can do in OpenLDAP via commands and how they work. To begin, we'll just open the OpenLDAP package using this command. I want to get into my Linux environment and type up this command: sudo apt-get install slapd ldap utils. My password in and accept. Once you install the packages, it'll prompt you to enter in an administrator password for LDAP. So let's go ahead and do that. And then hit OK. Then confirm your password. Then hit OK. Now that it's installed, we're actually going to reconfigure the slapd package so that we can fine-tune our setting. To do that, we're going to run the following command. I'm going to clear my window and then run sudo dpkg reconfigure slapd. This is going to ask us a bunch of questions about our new setup. So the first option is omit open LDAP server configuration. I'm going to go ahead and say no. Next, DNS domain name. It's similar to Windows AD. This is our organization domain. Let's use example.com and then hit OK. Organization name, let's use example. Administrator password, let's do the same thing that we entered before. For the database, let's use MDB. Do you want the database to be removed when slapd is purged? Let's go ahead and say no. Then it's asking us if we would like to move the old database. We're going to say yes for now. And then it'll say allow LDAP version 2 protocol. I'm going to say in the last lesson, you dove headfirst into the popular directory service, Active Directory. You learned how to add users, password, groups, and even modify access level for groups using group policies. Another popular directory service that's used today is the free and open source service OpenLDAP, which stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, operates very similar to Active Directory. Using LDAP notation or LDAP data interchange format or LDIF, you can authenticate, add, remove users, groups, computers, and so on in a directory service. OpenLDAP can also be used on any operating system, including Linux, Mac OS, even Microsoft Windows. However, since Active Directory is Microsoft's proprietary software for directory services, we recommend that you use that on Windows instead of OpenLDAP. But it's helpful to know that OpenLDAP is open source, so it can be used on a variety of platforms. There are a few ways you can interact with an OpenLDAP directory. First, you can use the command line interface and pass in commands to create and manage directory entries. You can also use a tool like PHP LDAP admin, which offers you a web interface that you can use to manage your directory data, much like the Windows Active Directory GUI that you're familiar with. In this lesson, we'll give you a high-level overview of the operations you can do in OpenLDAP via commands and how they work. To begin, we'll just open the OpenLDAP package using this command. I want to get into my Linux environment and type up this command: sudo apt get install slapd LDAP utils. Put my password in and accept. Once you install the packages, it'll prompt you to enter in an administrator password for LDAP. So let's go ahead and do that. And then hit OK. Then confirm your password. Then hit OK. Now that it's installed, we're actually going to reconfigure the slapd package so that we can fine-tune our setting. To do that, we're going to run the following command. I want to clear my window and then run sudo dpkg reconfigure slapd. This is going to ask us a bunch of questions about our new setup. So the first option is omit OpenLDAP server configuration. I'm going to go ahead and say no. Next, DNS domain name. It's similar to Windows AD. This is our organization domain. Let's use example.com and then hit OK. Organization name. Let's use example. Administrator password. Let's do the same thing that we entered before. For the database, let's use MDB. Do you want the database to be removed when slapd is purged? Let's go ahead and say no. Then it's asking us if we would like to move the old database. We're going to say yes for now. And then it'll say allow LDAP version 2 protocol. I'm going to say no. That's it. Now you have a running open LDAP server. We're really cooking now. Let's keep going.
Alright guys, I gotta pee. I've held it for as long as I could. I'm gonna hop up and pee real quick. Man, I'm peeing a lot today, dude. I wonder if it's. I went on a mini fast yesterday because of all the food I ate on Sunday. I wonder if that's the reason. All right, I'll be right back. Give me like a minute and a half. So you guys probably can't see this, but this stupid thing's getting all the heck. Dude, I'm gonna have to sand this thing down. You see that hole in it already? You can kind of see it. Holes everywhere. It's because I didn't sand that whenever I put it up there. I'm gonna take it down and sand it today. Alright. It's for Linux. That was too far. No, that's still too far. I just learned how to install LDAP through the command line. I don't need to read that. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I got it. Okay. I was like, hold on. Yeah, it is. This one's gonna be the worst. Look how small this is. I like this part. Other parts may be part of the configuration, but were omitted for the illustration from the illustration for clarity. So there's a lot more than just that. So common name, we got configuration, schematics, cosine, core, and module. And OLC, I don't remember what that means. The general layout of the configuration LDIF is as follows: global configuration setting, domain name, common name, configure, OLC, global. So that's all the configurations of those. Okay, here we go. Oh, so you can double them up, or you can use this. So 081, 0 times 0.8. I don't have 0 times 0.81, but that's access control. Oh, it's all doing the same thing, 129. Such that are equivalent. All of these mean the same thing. Awesome. So how did they get the 129? So 128 plus trace. So all we're doing is access control list processing and trace the function calls. Okay, I get it. 0 times 0.81. So I add the other two. 128 1, I'm using these. 128 1, I'm using these. And then on this one, I'm using these. Boy, that's a lot of information. Of course, Shell's an external program. Hold up. Password provides a read-only access to passwords? Huh? MDB stands for memory mapped data backup. Wait, what did I say? Read-only false? If I put it to true. Okay. Oh God. This is hurting my eyes, guys. I think I'm done reading that. Alright, let's go through this and get on my blue marked. Oh, it's easier to manage Open LDAP through a web browser and tool like All right, we're done. Yep, we're almost there. This is the last one, then I got some reading and a test. Almost there, guys. Almost.
It's easier to manage OpenLDAP through a web browser and tool like PHP LDAP admin. But you can also use command line tools to achieve the same result. I'd recommend you look into setting up PHP LDAP admin if this is your first setup with OpenLDAP. In this lesson, we're going to quickly run down a few of the commands that will allow you to add, modify, and remove entries in your directory. To begin using command line tools, you need to use something known as LDIF files, pronounced LDIF. We've already seen LDIF format or LDAP notation in action. It's just a text file that lists attributes and values that describe something. Here's a simple example of an LDIF file for a user. Even without understanding what the syntax of this file is saying, we can infer that it's talking about an employee named Cindy who works in the engineering department of the company, example.com. Once you've written your LDIF files, you're practically done. Depending on what task you want to do to your directory, you'd run commands like these. LDAP add. This takes the input of an LDIF file and adds the context of the files. LDAP modify, as you can guess, this modifies an existing object. LDAP delete, this will remove the object that the LDIF file refers to. LDAP search, this will search for entries in your directory database. It's not important to know the syntax of these commands. You can always look up the syntax on official documentation. But as you can see, it's not scary to work with OpenLDAP. It operates in a very similar way to Windows Active Directory or AD. You can take this knowledge and populate your directory just like you did in Windows AD. Just like Windows AD, this topic can be pretty extensive. So think about which directory solution best fits the IT needs for your organization. There are lots of reasons why you might want to deploy the help of a directory service like OpenLDAP or Active Directory while working in a systems administration role. Directory services are great for centralized authentication, keeping track of what computers are in your organization, who can access them, and more. Make sure to play around and familiarize yourself with OpenLDAP or PHP LDAP admin to get a better sense of how these directory services work. Checking out the official documentation is always a good place to start. By now, you've learned about all the essential IT infrastructure services.
Nope, let's go back. We're going to watch that video.
It's easier to manage OpenLDAP through a web browser and tool like PHP LDAP admin. But you can also use command line tools to achieve the same result. I'd recommend you look into setting up PHP LDAP admin if this is your first setup with OpenLDAP. In this lesson, we're going to quickly run down a few of the commands that will allow you to add, modify, and remove entries in your directory. To begin using command line tools, you need to use something known as LDIF files, pronounced LDIF. We've already seen LDIF format or LDAP notation in action. It's just a text file that lists attributes and values that describe something. Here's a simple example of an LDIF file for a user. Even without understanding what the syntax of this file is saying, we can infer that it's talking about an employee named Cindy who works in the engineering department of the company, example.com. Once you've written your LDIF files, you're practically done. Depending on what task you want to do to your directory, you'd run commands like these. LDAP add. This takes the input of an LDIF file and adds the context of the files. LDAP modify, as you can guess, this modifies an existing object. LDAP delete, this will remove the object that the LDIF file refers to. LDAP search, this will search for entries in your directory database. It's not important to know the syntax of these commands. You can always look up the syntax on official documentation. But as you can see, it's not scary to work with OpenLDAP. It operates in a very similar way to Windows Active Directory or AD. You can take this knowledge and populate your directory just like you did in Windows AD. Just like Windows AD, this topic can be pretty extensive, so think about which directory solution best fits the IT needs for your organization. There are lots of reasons why you might want to deploy the help of a directory service like OpenLDAP or Active Directory while working in a systems administration role. Directory services are great for centralized authentication, keeping track of what computers are in your organization, who can access them, and more. Make sure to play around and familiarize yourself with OpenLDAP or PHP LDAP admin to get a better sense of how these directory services work. Checking out the official documentation is always a good place to start. By now, you've learned about all the essential IT infrastructure services.
Yep, sure have. In June of 2000, it's currently a proposed standard. Domain component. I said domain center or domain control. It's component. At least I remember the D stood for doname. Distinguished name and common name, organizational unit, and domain component. I already learned all this. Did I already get this? Did they give it to me twice? Yeah, give it to me. Let's find out. Nope. Let's read this one. I'm getting tired, guys. It was this guy. This thing right here made me think it. Because that was on the last one I saved. What does the DIT stand for? I'm going to assume Directory Interchange Terminal. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol Directory Interchange Terminal. Yeah, to the terminal. Hell if I know, dude. We'll find out. Oh, LDIP just takes LDAP and turns it into lines instead of putting it all into one. So that's how I was able to read it like this. Because whenever I wrote that down, I was actually able to read that. Distinguished name is nothing, but her UID, which stands for usual name, right? Usual name ID is Cindy. Organizational unit, she's in the engineering domain component, is example.com. Objective class is Intel organizational person. Organization person? Works in the engineering department. CN stands for common name, Cindy, capital C. UID is user ID name, lowercase. I think I kind of got it. It made it easier to read, that's for sure. But can also be used to issue commands to provide instructions on how the content should be interpreted. Multiple lines can be used to provide long values for attributes by beginning the extra line with a single space. LDAP will join these when processing an entry. Directory information tree. Dang it. Yeah, we're in a forest with LDAP. Dang it. I was close. Directory information tree. The most basic method for defining new entries to add to LDAP is to simply list the entries in their entirety, exactly as they would typically display using LDAP tools. Start with the distinguished name, and then the entry will be created after the distinguished name indicator. Oops. In the line above, we reference a few key values paired in order. When setting attribute values, you must use colon and space. When setting attribute values, you must use the colon and space. When referencing attribute values, an equal sign should be used instead. New group under the example.com domain. It's a new organizational group under example.com. Get out of my way. And the simplest entries to the Dang it, I forgot what it meant. Directory information tree. The rest of the entries is simply written out using the format beneath the DN definition. The necessary objective class declarations and attributes must be set to construct a valid entry. You can do multiple things. You can add multiple people, but a whole line has to be change type, add to. The second format that we'll be looking at works well if you're making other modifications within the same LDIF file. OpenLDAP provides tools to handle both additions. This looks much like the method above, but we add change type add directly below the DN specification. For instance, we could add John Smith entry to the directory information tree that already contains the organizational people domain component example.com structure using an LDIF like this. JSmith1 for his ID, OU is organizational unit, that's the file people, add, CN, what's SN mean? I don't see the additional space. I don't see. Oh, there's two spaces there? A specifies addition. Magnesium citrate. Sweet, sweet. I know you guys probably don't know this, but I drink magnesium citrate during a cut pretty regularly, even if I don't cheat, just because an empty gut means you're burning fat. I probably shouldn't give Hex this cheat code since she is in the chat. Don't listen to what I got to say, Hex. But if you don't have anything in your belly, you can't absorb anything. So if you're flushing like pretty regularly every 4 days, there's no leftover stuff for you to absorb. So like your cut starts becoming more intense. There's less food for you to absorb during the night. Drinking magnesium just a few hours before bed and then getting all your stuff out of you is a great way to go to bed on an empty tummy and ensure that you lose a dramatic amount of weight in your sleep because your body's essentially going to have to feed itself for the next 12 hours. Assuming that you do it regularly enough that one bottle of magnesium citrate flushes you out. I was worried about that. Hex, make sure you grab baby wipes. Use them even if your butt's not hurting. You will thank me. Like straight from the rip, first poop that comes out that's magnesium citrate poop, start using baby wipes. It's the finisher. I promise. And get your butt wiped fast or it will start burning. And that burn is not satiable by anything. You could stick your butt directly in a bowl of ice and it'll still be there. Make sure you wipe your butt with a baby wipe after every poop and do it quickly. Don't linger around. Don't take 5-minute poops. Get it out, get wiped, get off the toilet. You will thank me later. Trust me. Just put a little pep in your step. You'll thank me later. I told you there's a reason why I didn't want you doing it. There's a lot to my method, but it works. I mean, heck, I didn't look like I gained any weight over the weekend. I didn't look like I lost any, but I didn't look like I gained any. And that's because after I ate that steak dinner, I flushed that sucker right out of me. And day 2 went right back to normal. It says I weigh more than I actually am, but that's water weight from the steak cheat. All that crap in it caused me to store a bunch of water. The butter, actually, the butter in it caused me to store all that extra crap. I got a question for you, Hex. Do you smoke or take in nicotine products? Give me a moment. That is my father. Hey, you dad.
Hey son, are you busy?
I am, but I'm almost not. I'm reading the last section on how to use LDIFs for LDAP and all the way the entries go in and stuff. And then I'm going to take my graded test and then I'm going to be done for the day. I'm not going to do anything else. Can I call you back after that?
You sure can.
All right, Dad. I'll talk to you in just a few. Oh, Hex said hi.
Oh, tell him I said hi.
Okay, I'll tell her you said hi. I'll talk to you in a few, okay?
Talk to you. Bye.
Love you, bye.
Love you. Love you. Bye.
That was my daddy. We talk as daily as possible. Oh, while I'm sitting right here, I want to get that file sent to me. So let's grab it. Download complete. Send file. Gmail. To me. Send. I want to get this started printing, guys. What's that? What's that? Oh, I still got to restart this thing. I'm a heavy smoker. Oh, so the reason why I asked you about your nicotine consumption. So I was a smoker before rehab too. Of course, you need to quit smoking. Stop smoking. That's bad for you. But I figured out when I got out of rehab that smoking does Nope, I've got two. You got two snakes? Well, just throw them. Throw them. Don't hurt them. They're there for a reason. But smoking causes cardiovascular damage, which you already knew. But whenever you smoke, it instantly stops you from being able to absorb about half of your oxygen. Your muscles require oxygen to move. If you're a heavy smoker, it's just like a combustion engine. Just think of your body like a combustion engine, except the fuel is lightning. So like you need the air you need oxidation, you need coolant, and you need some form of spark. So you got to stop the overheating, you got to initiate the combustion, and you got to sustain the combustion and get rid of it. It's a simple combustion engine, but you're using electricity. Without the water to cool off your engine, it will get hot and it'll stop working. It'll fatigue and start breaking like a cracked engine block. Um, if you don't have enough water, it can't conduct electricity. Water is your fuel. So if you don't have enough water in it, it'll become fatigued and it'll start failing. Um, Heavy smoking will instantly affect your energy levels. Smoking in general, you already know that. Because you can't absorb as much oxygen, so your body thinks it's half as weak. Slow down on your smoking just a hair, even if it's just one cigarette a day. Slow down on your smoking just a hair for the next week, and see and get back to me on your progress on your energy level and your weight gain. Um, After a week, if you haven't lost any weight, we need to cut you back just a little bit. Or if your energy level is not back up and you're losing weight again, we got to cut you back a little bit more. The end goal is to get off cigarettes. Even if you've switched, I'm the world's worst. I have such an addictive personality. I'm constantly bouncing around. Um, I was smoking after my brother died, and it took me almost a year to break that habit. I broke that habit by vaping these things. Now I'm in the process of breaking my vaping habit. And it's a long process because I ain't trying to do anything difficult, but now I'm using pouches. I only allow myself to vape in the mornings with coffee, in the evenings after I've started consuming all my stuff, and after each meal I take 2 hits. I'm limiting my vaping because I want this to become my standard, and then I want to limit that to nothing. As I've started dropping my nicotine levels, my energy level has been going up. So just think of it that way, that if you want more energy, you have to eliminate the things that are causing you to lose energy. What helps your anxiety, in all honesty, is dealing with it. And a warhead. Warheads will take you out of an anxiety attack or a panic attack instantly. Get you a bag of warheads. And that's proven. It allows you to center yourself. And once you've centered yourself, then the panic attack or the anxiety attack just kind of takes care of itself. Now, don't eat it when you throw it in your mouth. If you like them, don't eat it. And get one that you don't like. Get one that's so sour that you don't like it. Like if they still offer the extreme warheads instead of just the regular ones, go extreme. But yeah, just throw something in your mouth that's sour, and it'll distract you from what's going on in your body, and it'll allow you to deal with it a little better. Okay, so deleting. Yeah, and get back to me on your smoking habit too. I didn't realize you were or if I did realize, I had forgotten. I didn't realize you were such a heavy smoker. By the way, Hex, if I keep making money like this, I might be able to find you some stuff to send your way and give you a reason not to smoke anymore. When I'm whooping your ASS every day, Monday through Friday, with some workout that we're doing. Even if I have to video chat with you, I'll make sure I whoop you good. I'll help you quit smoking. It's so bad for you. But again, I'm going to go ahead and get it out there that all this bad talk about what you're doing, I've already admitted that I also consume as well. So I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to help you. If it was up to me, everybody in the world would smoke weed and eat mushrooms and be happy. You know, I think I might get some mushrooms today. I've never tried them. I've wanted to. Good. Some people do take my explanations and stuff as attacks. I don't want you to think I'm trying to attack you. I'm just too stupid to
No social cues. Too autistic. I don't know. I think I got just the right amount of autism where I can be socially acceptable, but I'm really not that great at it. I wish there was a test that you could take to make you figure out what your autism superpower is. Because you know how like every autism person comes with a superpower. Like some are really good at math, some are really good at reading, some are really good at like science and engineering. I wish there was a test where we could just figure out what we're really good at. Well, it's good for the learner, the seeker, I guess. But for overall, she's gonna have a rough life, man. People are just not suited to deal with this. But she's not gonna be very soft either. That's a positive aspect of the ADHD stuff that happens. She is for sure. I've got splinters all in my hand, dude. Yeah, that'll just get worse. ADHD and autism, I think the reason why they run hand in hand so well, and this is just me talking out my butt, just thoughts. But I think the reason why they run so hand in hand is because ADHD is essentially a people pleaser. We just want to have fun, man. We want to follow the dopamine. So we have a tendency to be taken advantage of pretty frequently. Autism allows us to pick up on that. Autism allows us to put all the strings together, all the pieces together, and be like, oh, this person's trying to use me. So it helps us not be used. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's cute. It's a little garden snake. Is that a garden snake, black and yellow? That's a little garden snake, black and yellow. A little garden snake. You can pick him up. He won't hurt too bad. Yeah, he won't hurt too bad. Just a little garden snake. I used to torture them things, man. I used to torture everything. I put a firecracker up a rattlesnake's butt once. Well, not a rattlesnake, copperhead. I get those confused all the time. It blew up. It went poof, and it was just gone. Well, just its butt was gone. So essentially, all I'm seeing here is the type. So what you're doing is change type is everything you're changing. It's essentially still the same thing. You're just modifying change type. See, change type turned into modify here. Change type up here was something else. Delete. That's deleting a user. What's a modren? Modren? Renaming an entry. Let's say that we swap Sally's username when we initially entered it in the system. Since that is used in an entry's DN, it can simply be replaced with the change type model. Replace option. I don't see replace. Oh, there it is. The change type modern option makes it possible to rename or move existing entries. After specifying the distinct name you wish to target, set the change type modern option. Okay, mod R distinguished name. And then new. Okay. New distinguished name. So change type mod renden. What does the R mean? Wait, A meant something. Change type modern to user.
Oh, wait, what? Add super users. Change S Brown to. Oh, we're deleting him. No. Delete old R display names. So R is part of the distinguished name. Oh, it added an audio file. It added a photo. Domain information tree. Okay, I'm done with that. Glossary. Let's get it. Print. Save. Course 4. Module 4. Let's see which ones I'm going to have to learn. Wait a minute. Oh no. That's a lot, bro. Well, I can already tell how this is going to go. Just like that. God, that's so many new terms. Alright, before we get started, I'm going to go pee one more time. Heck, it's already time for me to drink anyways. I'm going to go pee one more time. I'll be right back. I should have never scratched that thing off. Now it's all itchy. Alright, guys, let's do this. I'm not responding back to that. I sent her that message with ample time. It's not my fault she didn't look at it. Directory service. Services store information in a hierarchical structure. Which statement about organizational units of a directory service hierarchy is true?
Hey, babe.
Hey, sorry, I had to come back inside. I didn't see your message till I got to the car. They're $1.47. They've got grape, lemon, and cherry.
Okay, I'll send you $10. Get me nine of no, three, two, four, six of them for $10.
Okay.
Yeah,
2 of each.
yeah, do that.
Okay.
All right, love you. Bye.
All right. Love you. Bye.
One moment, guys. I'm getting some magnesium. I gotta transfer some money real quick. All right, money is transferred. I don't know these other ones, man. RDP. Let's find that one. I don't see RDP. I'm gonna have to Google that one. I'm not even gonna lie. What roles does a directory server play in centralized management? Choose all that apply. What's the common name of this entry? Which of these is a common protocol and type of SASL authentication? What is SASL again? Simple authentication and security. The authentication method that can employ the help of security protocols like TLS. Authenticate using some method. Which of these commands? Wait. TLS. Okay, so let's go Curibos. Let's see about Curibos. So tickets is one, Curibos, I'm guessing. SSL or SSS. SSH is a protocol, common protocol and types. I don't have all that. I'm gonna have to Google that one too. SASL authentication. I think that one's right. In Active Directory, which of the following can be functions of the domain? I think it could be all. It can be a DNS server. I don't think it can be that. Bro, I don't know this one. That's 3 so far. I might have to Google. The system administrator needs to give access to a resource and to everyone in a domain. Which group in Active Directory can they use? The system. Domain users, not resource users, right? I don't know. Advanced group policy? No. Active Directory users and computers. Does Active Directory users and computers manage through Active Directory? PowerShell. It can. Which of these statements is true about managing through Active Directory? I think it's 3. Because it shows an order down, but down up is the order form. Alright, so I already know I'm gonna have to Google. I think I'm gonna miss one.
I think I got one, I meant. Which of the following? So let's go to 2. Which of the following are examples of lightweight directory access protocol-based directory server software? Is ADUC a lightweight access shoe? Is ADUC a LDAP based directory server software? I had it right. I had it right. The only 2 on there is Microsoft Active Directory and Open LDAP. Novel and Oracle are the other ones, not ADUC. Red Hat, IBM Security, Apache. Yeah, I had that one right. Heck yeah. It's the triple A's in centralized management, accounting, authentication, authorization. And a lightweight directory. Okay, I got that one. Which of these is the common protocol and a type of SL? Is Kerberos a common protocol and a type of a SASL authentication? Yep, it's Kerberos. Had that one right. Can a DNS server be a function of the domain in an Active Directory? So it is. Can the function of a domain have a Kerberos authentication server in Active Directory? Can a server that holds a replica of the Active Directory database be a function of the domain in the Active Directory? Oh my gosh. I got that one right too. They're all that. They're all that. If a systems administrator needs to give access to a resource to everyone in the domain, what group in Active Directory can they use? If a systems administrator needs to give access to a resource to everyone in a domain, what group in Active Directory can they use? Dang it, I called it domain users. So I had that one wrong. Does ADAC use PowerShell in Active Directory? So it is. Can distribution groups be used to assign permission to resources through Active Directory? That was the wrong one. Is the default groups domain users and domain admins security groups in Active Directory? thought so. So far through Google, I've made one mistake. Okay. I think that one goes in reverse. I'm gonna go for it, guys. I may miss this one, and I may miss the top one. I think it's right, though. I think the top one's right. Dang, it was red. I failed. So I got the top one right. Got that one right. A domain cannot contain a container. Why the heck did I do that? I missed this one. So it's the top one. It's not the bottom one. So if it's not a record, it's service record. A client discovers the address of a domain controller by making a DNS query for which record? Well, let's try it again. Try again. Directory service stores information in a hierarchical structure. Which statement about organizational units of a directory service hierarchy are true? Which of the following are examples of lightweight directory-based directory service software? Open LDAP, Microsoft Active Directory. I feel like you can set it to configure. I don't think configuration can take place on each device. I know you can send it out, but I don't think each device can configure using the directory services. Which of these is a common protocol and type of SSL? Kerberos. Which of these statements about Active Directory are true? think it was those two. I'm gonna have to check that one again. I think it may have been this one. I think it may have been those two. I remember something about them being linked. I also remember about fast logon being an option or a problem too. I'll have to Google that one. So let's go back up. I got that one right last time. I got this one right last time. Which of these are advantages of centralized management using directory service? What are the advantages of using centralized management for directory services? Oops, that's the wrong button. What are the advantages of centralized management using directory services? Centralized access, management, role-based access. I didn't think so. Configuration can take place on each device. Okay. I knew that one. Can Active Directory speak LDAP?
According to Varonis, AD does support LDAP, which means it can still be part of your overall access management scheme. Active Directory is just one example of a directory service that's...
Does Active Directory speak LDAP? Does Active Directory include the tool called Active Directory Authentication Center?
According to Check, AD includes a tool
Yes.
called the Active Directory Authentication Center, or ADA.
Is AD used as a central repository of group policy objects? Yes. Is Active Directory incompatible with Linux or OS? I didn't think so.
Distribution groups can be used to assign permission to resources through Active Directory. Yes. No. The default groups, domain users, and domain admins are security groups in Active Directory. That is right. ADAC uses PowerShell through Active Directory. It doesn't. It is. Domain local, global, and universal are all examples of group scopes. So that's right. What is the difference between a group policy and a group policy preference?
According to Microsoft Learn, Group Policy provides filters to control which policy settings and preference items apply to users and computers. Preferences provide an added layers of filtering called targeting. Item-level targeting enables you to control if a preference item applies to a group of users or computers.
I was right. Policies are reapplied every 90 minutes and preferences are a setting template. What are common reasons a group policy doesn't take effect correctly?
According to Brainly, the common reasons a group policy
I didn't
may
know
not
this
take
one.
effect correctly
So out of
include
that one, I didn't know
the
3.
GPO may be linked to the OU that contains the computer. Replication failure may occur, and Kerberos may have issues with the UTC time on the clock.
I still missed one. This one. Does Active Directory include a tool called the Active Directory Authentication Center, or ADAC? Dude, it was right. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna send that in to him. Which of these statements about Active Directory are true? A. Active Directory can speak lightweight directory access protocol. Yes. AD is a central repository of group object policy objects, or GPOs. Yes. It is compatible with Linux, and it does include the tool Active Directory Authentication Center. So I just took a picture of it, man. I want to send it to him and say, hey, the last test I took, I passed the second time, and you guys told me I didn't. Well, maybe. Let's see. I missed this one too. What are common reasons a group policy doesn't take effect correctly?
According to Brainly, the common reasons a group policy may not take effect
This one was
correctly
right
include
too.
the GPO may be linked to the OU. Replication failure.
Here, let's try it again. Let's back out. What are common reasons a group policy doesn't take effect correctly?
According to Brainly, the common reasons a group policy may not take effect correctly include the GPO may be linked to the OU that contains the computer. Replication failure may occur, and Kerberos may have issues with the UTC time on the clock.
That's the second one. Now don't get me wrong, I'm cross-referencing right now, so I'm kind of somewhat cheating, but still, I mean, out of all those three, I didn't have, and out of two of those three, I Googled, and the Google was wrong. I'm gonna send it to him, dude. I'm gonna send it to him. Hey, look on that last one. I passed those questions, and it's telling me I didn't. Well, that was slightly frustrating. I should have got 100% on that last one, but I didn't. Whatever, man. Well, I'm done with Module 4. That's good. So I'm going to spend the rest of this time getting all these transcripts. Download, transcript English, file, print. Page setup. Letter, source, automatically, header, input values, blah, 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 landscape, portrait. There it is. Comment, print to file preferences, flip long edge, front to back, advanced. What's monochrome? Why does this go color? Whatever. Okay. Black and white. Okay. Apply. Print.
Let's see why it couldn't print. So I'm going to give it just a second to go gather that. Let's see how this one's pretty big, so it should have multiple pages. It should be my test of front and back. See if front and back's going to work. Hey, leave the chicken in your backyard, Hex. Chickens eat snakes. But that's going to be it for me, guys. Yeah, that's going to be it for me. I'm going to go through all this and get all my paperwork situated and stuff. But that's going to be it. I'm done streaming. I went 37 minutes over because I failed my test and I'm getting other stuff done. But I'll be back on tomorrow to start this again and get this all knocked out. Let's see what we're looking at. Quite a few videos. A few videos. A few videos. Graded test. If it wasn't for this long section of videos, if you can't, I'll understand why, but if you can, I will look forward to seeing you there. I'm going to go ahead and cancel today. I'm going to go grab these papers and make sure this is going right, and then I'm going to print off everything I need to get everything situated. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. You should join in on the workout. Maybe even join me. It'll be chest and shoulders tomorrow. We can get a little mini workout in. I can do some stuff. Just let me know when you're ready, and we can do some stuff together. All right. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Good night, Hex.